Hey folks, welcome to Big Jet TV. It's Sunday and we're at London Heathrow. Roll timers. Forget it then, just take them off. Oh, forget it. Oh. Great start, great start. Seriously, mate. Seriously, sorry folks. Oh, dear, oh Lord. Good start. You don't say. Oh dear, dear, dear. Frosty morning. Kicking the show off. Just about see the engine count now. Virgin Atlantic 339. Northwesterly direction. Look at ye old sock. Kind of straight down the pipe. I think that is the flagship that's just gone out. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that is the flagship jet, the DFW special that's just gone out. Aaron Thomas, 380 incoming. Good morning, Bella Low. Oh, nice. 764. I don't know if you can see those easy. Oh God, here we go, here we go. Yeah. I think the general conditions are giving me quite a bit of downwash, got to be honest with you. Bit of a shame we're not having yesterday's conditions today, but it is what it is. It is what it is. Big lag. Being chased down. Aaron Thomas. Ian Snelling, good morning. That is the flagship headed to JFK. Thank you, Ian. Misadventure, Bob Shalway, Tapperay. Flint Hill Model Railways, good morning to you. Jill Blakeney, beautiful sky, Aaron Thomas. Wild Snowball. Today's not windy with minimal crosswinds. They put a tail on her, look. Made it look a little bit more like a plane. Probably coming off autopilot around about now. Again, it's all about pilot discretion, but there are standard operational procedures, SOPs with different operators when they come off, if they are going to manually land it. Bloop, 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 bloop. Auto thrust kicking in. Morgan 747 car spotter from Sweden. Okay, so we have at 11:10, we should have our friend Dave. I'm hoping I haven't missed him. It's 11:08. Oh no, he's due in at 12. Sorry, yeah. We've got our friend Dave. Is that you, Dave? He's inbound. Let me just see. He sent me a message last night. Paula Collins, good morning. Tapare, thank you, Tapare. James Taylor Quartet. Alano 737. Aaron Thomas, fly with Virgin to Miami, not BA, not 380 for me. There we go. Okay. Bit boshy, yeah. DE5. I used to think you were wrong about how pilots land in crosswinds until I decided to learn about mass and inertia. There we go. Yeah, cool. I like that you've done that. You've gone further than me. Guessing that's mass versus inertia, isn't it? Isn't that mass versus inertia? I'd imagine something like that when you're landing in heavy aircraft in crosswind conditions where the aircraft wants to go one way, you're forcing it to go another way once you've landed it as well. There's two different elements, isn't there? When it's still airborne, you're controlling it using the side stick, right literally moments before you touch down. There's that little slight movement of rudder, which generally, as a rule, the rudder's not used during any other part of aircraft's operation other than takeoff, the takeoff roll and landing as well. So yeah, I'm guessing the inertia is something that's sort of like it wants to go one way and you're forcing it to go another way, and the mass is the weight. I'm thinking, I wasn't really good at physics, I've got to be honest with you. Ruben Bengazes has gifted a channel membership. Thank you, mate. Let me just bring up Dave, see if I can find him. Is that you, Dave? day off. So takeoff Sweden, 11 o'clock local. Arrival will be 12:55, so we're miles away. Dave's just taken off. In the horse complex. All growing up now, the little foals. Remember them when we were little tiny ones, eh? So, he is SKO531 is what we're looking out for. Tracking Dave and his SAS 320neo. The relevance of Dave. Dave was the guy looking after the simulator up in Luton. So 2 for the price of 1 there. 2, 3. Avion simulation up at Luton Airport. And he was a fully qualified 320 sim pilot. Had his ATPL, but was running the simulation service at Avion. And then not long after I went and met up with him there, he moved to SAS, was recruited by Scandinavian Airline Systems, flying the A380neo, and now is in full operation of it. Dave is over North Denmark, Diane 78 saying. Lowlander. Oh, see, there's that 30-foot flare. When it calls 50, 40, 30, then a little bit of back pressure on the stick, and then throttles come back at the same time, literally, because if you pull a little bit back on the throttles, and the engines are still at those at the climb detent, then the aircraft will tend to float. So you want to bring the throttles back, let the aircraft drop, literally, due to the lack of power, I'm guessing. So when I say pull the throttles back, that's back to the idle detent from the climb detent. Michael K, good morning. Sally Cullum, 787 Ace. See, there's that float. Not that that's related to that pilot not throttling back. I think it might just be the conditions, the fact that the wind is straight down the front. Look, literally direct headwind. So you're battling a little bit for the aircraft. It kind of still wants to fly in a way, doesn't it? Pico 7, good morning. Saving pit stop SK531 east of Denmark. Leslie White, good morning to you. Keith and the Moo Moos. Another 380. Oh, interesting. to. Only a small number of BA planes were affected. Yeah, indeed. I've read that more or less, a high percentage of the operators have. Is that someone pulling in the back there? High percentage of operators have now completed the updates on their aircraft. What's that, GP? Oh, really? Oh, it's 15 minutes. Wow. So it's just literally a plug and yeah, that's crazy, man. Now, you know what is crazy is that all of these updates that we're talking about, this software update, is something that happens all the time, folks. Airframers like Airbus and Boeing are continually striving to improve their systems, whether it be avionics or whether it be engines. And these engines, literally, you plug in and update it. Julie's just saying that she saved a tweet that apparently shows the process being done on these A320s, and it took 15 minutes. Software update, plug the iPad in, connect to the system, update it, 15 minutes, bang, you're done. A bit like updating your phone. Simple as that. Nice. Little bit of a float on there. Nippy landing like that. Sally Cullen. MPH 1982. Horse race going on. Sunday races. Secrets. I mean, the whole issue with bless you. The whole issue with bless you. No, sorry. The whole issue with whole issue with the A320 software updates and potential, in some cases, older aircraft where they're needing to actually replace some of the hardware, the computers themselves, which takes a little bit longer. Obviously, is this geezer seriously dropping? What is this bloke doing? Mate, really? You're stopping on a dual carriageway, man. Oh, lordy, some people. Ollie, you're absolutely right, mate. Sandra, amazing images of a 380. Thank you, Sandra. 767. Good old mate. Smoky Joe. tippy toe, toes in as opposed to heels on the 767. It's just the general design of the aircraft. But they're so quick. Wow! Yeah! November 30th, 2011, the FAA officially issued a single operating certificate to United Continental Holdings. Oh, 2011, God, yeah. Sorry, I'm so... Boeing 640 767 is who? Love how you can see. Can you see the wheels, folks? Because obviously I can't because I'm looking on a tiny monitor, but you should be able to spot the wheels. The fact that they're obviously static, they're not rotating. And of course they spin up to around about 2,000 RPM immediately. Adjulay16 has gifted a channel membership. Thank you, Adjulay. I think it's Adjulay. Thank you, Jess White. Tapray giving us the numbers. John G. Ian Morrison. We've got cruisers, obviously, folks, if you fancy it. If there's anything over the top of me that's either on its way to us or crossing our path, then let us know. Any other news that you've got that you want to discuss? Have a quick look and see, flick through my news that I have. First one I saw this morning was about travel disruption. Thousands of Airbus planes grounded after faulty software detected. Well, yeah, you're making it sound a little bit more than what it is, mate. It's, you know, that there's aircraft that are already in maintenance that are having it done, and like we've heard, that apart from 600 odd aircraft that need the complete systems to be replaced, 600 worldwide, that is, folks. The rest of them are plug and play, literally, almost the sort of thing that you can do at game, believe it or not. Not that they will, but potentially it could be done that way. And like I said, if it wasn't for the JetBlue incident, which, to be honest with you, that's the most, the most sort of like piece of the puzzle that started this whole thing. I don't recall ever hearing about that. I mean, we had a Dreamliner, didn't we, that suddenly dived, and that was a result of a faulty, not faulty, but I think it was one of the flight attendants pushing on a button behind the seat of the 787 Dreamliner, which caused the pilot to lurch forward and the aircraft lost altitude or something like that. Yeah, the one with the JetBlue aircraft, which sort of prompted this investigation, that must have been quite... 15 people apparently were injured as well. Did we ever hear about that? Did anybody ever actually see any news about the JetBlue incident that kicked it all off? Daryl, Turkish 777, just about to go over here, just to the north. JFK to Istanbul. There's a livery that we're all very familiar with now. It is, gosh, it is quite quite interesting when you look at the rake, not the rake, the spacing of the A350 main landing gear versus the 777. 777's a massive, great big triple set, obviously, like the A350, but the axle width on the 350 is much wider. Well, it appears to be anyway, and I think that's something related to the stability of the aircraft as well. It's not Turkish, is it? She ain't got a red tail. Nice. Martin Pete. Oh, was it a month ago? Okay. Hold on a minute, I'm a little bit confused. That's not the original incident report, is it? Stu and the crew. Yeah, no, I know all about that, Jilly. I'm asking about the issue, the initial sort of like it happened, you know, news of it on the next day sort of thing. When was the first we heard about the incident? Stu and the crew. Okay, Stu and the crew. What produces the smoke when the wheels touch down? It's literally the rubber touching because the wheels are static. They're not rotating. Even if they were, it would still produce a certain amount of smoke. But the tyre smoke that you're seeing is because of the sudden. It's like it's basically the equivalent of locking the wheels, the tyres, locking the wheels on your car and skidding. It will produce tyre smoke. And that little puff of smoke that you see there is the initial touch of the tyres hitting the tarmac. And yes, during the cruise, it is a result of heat creating the smoke, of course. James Taylor, BA380-284 from San Fran, now heading towards the Ockham hold. Yeah, I know. I am Jazz. I know. I'm fully aware of it. What I'm trying to get at here, maybe people are misunderstanding me, is that when an incident happens, news generally breaks pretty quick that it happened, doesn't it? You know, like the door plug on the 737. Literally that night it happened, didn't it? It was like very, very quick that the news broke. Was there any breaking news of the A3 of the incident? Oh, look, a bit of fun coming on here, look. Yeah, wide body funk and all, man. Mr. E-Man, Jerry, the 350 ULRs in the pipe. Do you think the new Dubai airport expansion to cope with 200 million passengers is a mistake? I don't know about a mistake. did he say that? I don't understand that, Mr. E-Man. Why would it be a mistake? Don't quite understand that. Okay, there we go. Jill Margaret saying that she doesn't recall seeing the incident in the news or anything like that. Which I'm surprised at, because with so many injuries, you know, with so many passengers sustaining injury, I'm just surprised it never got out. Oh, okay, Pook 2830, yes there was. November 28th, it was news that a JetBlue 320 lost 14,000 feet altitude in minutes with people hospitalised. 14,000 feet! Bloody hell! See, I didn't even know it was that much, man. 14,000 feet! So that basically means that the pilots were completely caught off guard, obviously, but an erroneous forward motion of the aircraft before they could manhandle it and get it back. I'd love to see the data on that. Clean Car Clinic gifting a channel membership. Thank you, Clean Car Clinic. You can see the wheels are. Yeah, man. Bit of funk. You can hear the rumble over the top of me in the vortex. JetBlue Airlines flight 1230 diverted to Tampa International Airport around 2 p.m. local time on October the 30th after the crew experienced a flight control issue. Yeah, you wouldn't want to go, you wouldn't want to carry on, would you, if that happened? 14,000 feet though, man, that's a lot of time. I mean, I could appreciate they would have been at cruise altitude, therefore that loss of altitude would come very quick, wouldn't it? Danny Brink, thanks for the update, mate. Oh, okay, so there was music. Something that we did. It was in it. We were in Atlanta when it happened. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, right. So it was there in the ether, but we just didn't connect with it because we were busy just coming back from Atlanta and all of that. Captain Bob, Qantas have now brought their last A380 back into service, now using all 10 of their A380s. Wow, how about that? Missed that. Capo Bob. Flint Hill Model Railway JetBlue plane was an autopilot. Autopilot corrected the descending. Yeah, was it a autopilot command, or did the autopilot disconnect. I mean, for there to be that amount of serious injuries to mean that people would need to be hospitalised would generally mean that it was a rapid descent with you know, things and people floating around the cabin, which isn't fun. Susan's show. Oh, look at that. So who's coming out of what? He's coming out of the... He's crossing over from the Ockham. Is he crossing from the Ockham? Heading for the Lambourne. Is he crossing the Ockham, heading for the Lambourne? Okay. Morgan 747, yeah, absolutely. It's been a very, you know, initially, as soon as, you know, an aircraft that is flying nice and level and everything's fine and, you know, autopilot's, everything's operating correctly, and all of a sudden, autopilot disconnect, the aircraft just drops. And by the sounds of it, it was elevator related as well, which is crazy. So literally the almost kind of MCAS related scenario, isn't it? Obviously altitude's your friend, isn't it? But you know, at that kind of altitude, you've got long enough to it's obviously something that was say a software related issue. It's something that the software could be affected by. So they've obviously had to roll back that software, which is what we've had to do a couple of times, where an update is actually bugged out and you've got to roll it back to the old firmware update. PW003. Well, it sounds like it's going to be quite blustery tomorrow. So you know, and we're not leaving till Wednesday for Miami. So put it this way, I'm not going to be sitting at home twiddling my thumbs and the wind's howling outside, and I'm like, you know, what's going on? It's something I should be doing, really, isn't there? James Taylor Quartet, Abu Dhabi from Etihad A380 from Abu Dhabi, now over Felixstowe. Okay, so that should be, by the time that 380, that BA 380, I did kind of think that. I did kind of think that last night. Oh, really? Oh, right. Brilliant. I'm gonna get that. I can hear it. Wow, 5 minutes it dropped 38 to what? 19, did you say, or something? 35,000 feet to 18,000 feet in 5 minutes. In 5 minutes. So was it rapid descent then? So it took 5 minutes. That's not rapid, is it? That's not like nosedive. That's, I mean, obviously it would still mean that the cabin, you know, everything would feel lightweight when you're dropping from that kind of height. Wow, 5 minutes. 5 minutes of, well, pandemonium really for the passengers, and 5 minutes of what the hell's going on here for the crew. Nailed that one. Both socks, Spider, morning from Boston. You can't descend 5 seconds. Okay. Martin P saying it was 5 seconds, not 5 minutes. That's even worse though, isn't it? So where did you get the 5 minutes from, Julie? Oh, right, okay. Okay, all right, I've got you, yeah. Okay, so it was 5 seconds. Wow, that is rapid descent, mate. That's seriously rapid descent. That was a full fuck shot there, mate. Whatever that is that's cruising up there, that's not trailing, that just went straight through. Oh, I'm not going to get it. I'm not even going to bother trying. Cut LM. So that'll be 27 right arrivals tomorrow morning then, won't it? Look at this little young lad with his dad in his toilet. His toy plane. Toy plane. Is he on flight radar, mate? I think he might be on flight radar because he's just showed his dad 380 maybe. I don't know. Gear just coming down. Go around. Really? That sounds like a bleeding nightmare. I think that private jet is still on runway. Wild Snowball. It's probably a long-range jet, Wild Snowball, I would imagine. That private jet. It's probably got long-range tanks fitted. Forward pressure on the stick there, just to bring the nose down, methinks. Although I'm led to believe that that's not the norm. Yeah, it seems to be conflicting, those reports. Flight Aware showed a drop from 35,000 to 18,000 feet in 5 minutes. It may have been that because 5 seconds from 38,000 feet to 19,000 feet would be far too much. That would just be, that's almost nosedive material, that is. I'd say it's more like 5 minutes. But the initial, hold on a minute, the initial drop in altitude may have been 5 seconds, which created all the turmoil inside the cabin. But then they may have arrested it slightly, because obviously that 5 seconds is the moment when the and this is all my own thinking, by the way, folks. This is not what I've, any official stuff, but my own way of thinking is that initially, when the autopilot disconnects, the aircraft will just, especially if there's an input by the computer to push the nose down, that initial descent, which is probably about 5 seconds, it probably took them about that amount of time to arrest it, to the point where they sort of like stabilized the descent, but it still descended. Harrowing, whichever way you look at it, but it is 5 minutes. Okay, well, yeah. Okay, so it was 5 minutes then. It wasn't 5 seconds. Okay. Okay, interesting. All right. Well, Daniel Mossy saying 3,200 feet per minute. 3,200 feet per minute. Yeah, that's pretty rapid, man. Yeah, that's enough to give you, yeah. But that's enough to give you that sort of like roller coaster feeling, isn't it? Did that Reddit post, Jilly, did that Reddit post say anything about how long it took and all that kind of thing, or no? Brian Stewart, I think you can. I think there are, well, I don't know about Microsoft Flight Sim. I know that simulators, you know, the highly advanced simulators that the airlines use do have that capability of programming in a failure like that. But it's quite easy for me to program it in manually. You just put your rate of descent to 3,200 feet and put your descent altitude. Because obviously then you're dealing with an overspeed scenario as well, aren't you? Possibly. That'd be right. Obviously a high rate of descent, they would probably have throttled back, I would have thought, to try and minimise the stress on the airframe. Rob MU9VN, yeah, big write-up on AV Herald. When anything like that happens, AV Herald is obviously the right place to go to in terms of correct reporting, because that's what they're all about at AV Herald. Meters per second. Is that what it is? That's crazy. Oh, what now? This is, yeah. Lufthansa 340-300, Frankfurt bound. I'm guessing Frankfurt, yeah. San Jose to Frankfurt. Do you know the way to... that 8,000 feet per minute. That's almost uncontrollable, mate. Wow. David Davies. SAS 320neo, 32 minutes out of arrivals. Was 12:55, now 12:28. Is that our Dave? Brian Stewart. Oh, sorry folks, sorry, that was my fault. Saying on a different note, QF9 in the 100-year livery has just flown over the house on its way to you. Let's see if we can grab that. Just see if we can quickly grab that. That's nice. Oh. Nice. Thump. Delta 330. Nice. NEO, it's in the game. That article that you read, Jenny, did they say that people who didn't have their seatbelts on or something like that? Cannot. Yeah, but you can't, even when the seatbelt sign's off, you don't take. It doesn't mean take your seatbelt off, does it? During flight. Oh, okay. His report, their report, yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, man, that's just, yeah. Well, then I'm not saying that it's their own fault for not having their seatbelt on, but you know, it's standard practice, isn't it? They tell you on the aircraft now, you know, even during the flight. If the seatbelt signs are off, please keep you. It's common sense, man. It's common sense. I would feel awkward sitting on a plane without my seatbelt on. I'll be honest with you. It's just common sense, because and that's got to tell you, hasn't it, that it could happen at any time, man. At any time. Fan blade making a point of that. Callum Brown is a brand new member. Welcome, Callum. Oliver White loves watching the gears extend on the stack during the when they're fully established on the glide slope. Fully established 10 miles normally, around about 10 miles. What's going on here then? Where's all the planes gone? Oh my God, yeah, I mean, even if you're going to go to sleep, flipping it, that's definitely a time to keep your seatbelt on, isn't it? It's like Jelly said, it's just common sense, isn't it? It's common sense to do something like that. Mad Matt UK community. Got any kind of Bob Shalvoy, $50 super chat. Looking forward to this week's stream from a warm Miami. There we go. A nice controllable heat in Miami though, isn't it? So there may have been a report of foreign object debris on the runway, maybe a bird strike or something like that, which they obviously want to clear that away, because, you know, even the smallest of birds can cause disruption to an engine's mechanical operations, especially if it's an aircraft that's going to be turning around. Mario Borg Oliver has gifted a channel membership. Thank you, Mario. Been operating the old, been operating that one for some days now, haven't they? The old didgeridoo. Yeah, let's do that while we can, Jilly. Can you read it? Can I read it from somewhere? Yeah. Okay. And this is from Richie, ladies and gentlemen. He writes, I would just like to say a massive thank you. I have just got out of hospital within the last couple of weeks after spending 18 months in hospital. I've lost my left leg and 80% of my left eyesight, and I'm currently wheelchair bound. Presently, this has worsened my depression. I think the last actual stream I was able to watch was Sydney, March 2024. Long time ago, but I've kept my subscription going as I wanted to continue supporting you guys, as you do a great job. I'm not very technical with the ins and outs of aviation, but I love it, and your streams have helped me through some pretty dark days in years gone by. I certainly can't wait to watch your next live stream from the usual places, if you're still doing there. Finally, I'd love to, if I could, get a quick mention. Sorry if it's cheeky, but you're not, mate. Richie in Leeds, mate, wishing you all the best, along with everybody else who's maybe struggling. You know, they talk about the most wonderful time of the year and all that with Christmas and all that. We like to hope that it is a good time for anybody, but you know, there are other times of the year which are good, not just at Christmas, but you know, that doesn't mean that people aren't struggling, and I feel for everybody who is, of course. We all do. I think it's been a lifesaver for all of us, hasn't it? It's not just, it's just the community at the end of the day. I know I keep harping on about it, but you know, if you're new to Big Jet TV, if you're new watching today, then grab yourself some subscription and come feel the love and the enjoyment and the entertainment and the education and everything that goes on our shows. And like I say, we do travel the world. We're off to Miami next week with our members, first class, upper class and super class. And of course, all premium members will get to watch the show a week later in full replay. Nice. Truck's sake. On, is he? Welcome back, Richie. And, I think so, yeah. Yeah. So how's Dave doing? How's Dave doing? Okay, due in 17 minutes. Let's see if we can get old Dave to number one, shall we? A lot of people will know when I've shouted out, "Is that you, Dave?" Because that ended a long while ago because it was him. But this is definitely going to be him. Dave in 16 minutes. SKO 531, folks. SAS A320neo, flown by our good friend Dave, who messaged me last night. So all of that you're seeing there is all still autopilot, auto flying. now fully established on the localizer. They're contacting Tower, I think. Is it Tower or Heathrow Approach maybe? Give them a call sign, fully established, 10 miles, and the tower will then give the command to continue, or perhaps speed up a little bit, or slow down a little bit. He is. No chance, mate. All the way to Perth. 17 hours. No. Okay. Somerset Bobby, able to get in for a while and live stream today. Feel very privileged to be part of this loving family. Nice one, and thank you for your continued support. Okay, GP, go. That is hilarious. The bloke's deluded, isn't he? Oh dear. Is it? Is it? Oh my God, really? Oh, okay, yeah. Grey one, lonely cloud. There's a few of them now. They've all ganged up on them. Aaron Thomas, very good point. The SAS jet would have been an MD-80 20 years ago, or yeah, DC-9, whatever you want to call it. Oh, DHL jet's still there, look. See that big, what looks like some kind of temporary structure has been erected next to it. I think that might be for the maintenance teams, just to sort of like for to store all their equipment, maybe. I don't know what the latest is on that. It's internal inspection, isn't it? I have to take the inner lining. I'm guessing the flooring will be able to remain intact. No doubting what that is on its way in. With its Ray-Bans on, man. Air Canada. Good old Canadian hospitality. Yeah, it is. It is a bit chillier than yesterday. Greasy Kitchen. Oh, doing it next week. Greasy Kitchen's doing it next week. Get yourself prepared for it. Gary Broadhurst, visitor from Greece. I'm stood down here by the road. It's freezing. Please say hello to Rachel back home in Greece. There we go. Rachel from Gary. Nailed it. Fully nailed that one. That bloke looks a bit cold. That might be him there, look. Is that him there? It just looks a bit cold. Why has he's got long hair? He'd be alright. Full head of hair. Is that him? Let's see if he's looking on the phone, look. What's that? Did he? Look at the screen, look at the screen. Too late. Dodgy radome. Foxy B popping in to say hello from the Lurkers Lounge. Hello Foxy B, hope everybody's doing well who's watching. Appreciate there are probably 4,200 people who are not chatting. Hello to each and every one of you, hope you're doing well. Yeah, that includes you doing the dishes, and you Mrs. doing the potatoes, peeling the potatoes, you, your couple there out there having a walk or whatever it is you're doing. Hello to everybody, washing the goldfish, feeding the cat. Hello everybody, I hope you're doing well. Wherever you are in the world, you are more than welcome joining us here on a frosty afternoon now at London Heathrow. Well, it's not frosty really, is it? It's cold. It's just cold. Beckcat or Becca T. My friend is on Dave's plane. I've been using the in-flight Wi-Fi to tell her about Big Jet TV and aviation generally. She's become a reluctant convert and now she's on Dave's plane. That is fantastic. Well, get her to go and say hello to Dave. I've been told to say hello to Dave from Jerry or something like that. He's the first officer. That would be funny, man. Just peeled the Spuds beef in the oven, Stu and the crew. time zones around the world as well. Some people into the evening time. That's Thai, and it's Thai Airways starting up over there. Kinera. Finnair bringing us together since 23, sticker on final. Baron Thomas. Oh, this looks like a 737. It is. We're gonna rock down to Electric Mike. Lovely day in London. I bet it is, man. This ain't no Max. This ain't no Max. Oh. Oh yeah, Screaming Emu. He's an official A320 pilot now, isn't he? He's done it. Congratulations, Screaming Emu. Hearing most of his stuff is international stuff, but it's going to be a while before he's on the Heathrow route. Apparently it's a very popular route for JetBlue, is the Heathrow route. Alan Q, £532 super chat. Have you seen they are building a new Beluga? No. What, a bigger one than the XL? What's going on? Really? Just look that up, Julie, just see if there's any news to back that up. Or is he joking about the one that's the big rusty one that's over there? They put a tail on her now, look. She looks a bit more respectful, aeroplane-like, certainly from this angle. Dave is behind the Finnair, Diane 78 saying. We won't get it to number one because, sorry. Oh, okay, so it's not a new aircraft, it's not a new Beluga, it's a new facility. Yeah. So that they can bring more aircraft in and, okay, yeah. It's not a new Beluga, it's expanding the current facility. Ah, okay. So it's wing jigs. Wing jigs have been, yeah, right. Right. So basically what they're doing is they're expanding the capability of the amount of wings of the A320 that they can carry on the Beluga now. It's currently two sets of A350 wings, I believe. Which is incredible when you think about it. But now they're expanding it, the jigs. No. What I'm saying is that, no, yeah, I know. But what I'm saying is that already at the moment they can carry 2 sets of 350 wings. So they're improving it so that they can carry more sets of 320 wings. Yeah, Monty, we're doing the same. Monty Winstead, going to try the Embassy Suites in Miami, February, since most of the 747s are over there now. Well, they kind of have always been over that way, haven't they? Well, actually, no. Yeah, but down at the railroad tracks, opposite there is where most of the 747 traffic... Atlas Air have moved their operations, yeah. Yeah. So is that Dave's second out, is it? I'm guessing if this is Finnair. Yeah, MG Latte, mentioning about the 100th livery with Lufthansa. I've got to be honest with you, and I don't like to be a, it's a great livery from a certain angle. Otherwise, it's a little bit difficult to figure out what it is. M. Delarte mentioning about the fact that there are a select number of aircraft that the livery is going to be applied to, and that is a campaign that they put out the other day, which looked really good because all the aircraft were banking left, and the wing of the wing was obviously banked left, and you could see the wing of the crane. It blended beautifully with the livery, but when the aircraft's tilted and on the ground, it's not so obvious. But anyway, this is Dave, ladies and gentlemen, piloting this aircraft. Gets a flash there. God's sake. Nailed it. Nice one, Dave. Down a bit, Dave. What's the timestamp? What's the timestamp? Yeah, what difference a Dave makes. got some beaten up cows on that jet. Oh, Dave never even made the top 10, did he? Oh, poor old Dave. Monty Winstead. I love the Blue Lagoon, but they were a little disappointing earlier this month with the reinstallation of the balcony screens. Well, we are having to pay $350 to have those screens removed for our stay there. Hopefully that's all going to go to plan, but we are going to be investigating the embassy suites whilst we're there, just because it might just be another option. We'll have to see. Avro Arrow has gifted 10 channel memberships. Thanks, Avro. Jimmy, no, pilots are on different routes, different sectors, different rosters. They usually get their roster a month before, I'd imagine, or the month. Judy! Welcome back, Judy. Other than obviously the sectors that you're talking about. Oh, that's quite long. Get it down, son. Yeah, there we go. Oh, there we go. Yeah, right. Yeah, obviously the regional or short haul pilots will mostly be doing those particular rosters, schedules. Whereas long haul pilots will again do the same thing. I wouldn't imagine that long haul will switch out to domestic or short haul. I wouldn't have thought so anyway. I would have imagined that most of them would maintain that program, because obviously there are a lot of pilots out there who prefer the short haul stuff, just so that they could. It's interesting that when I was talking to Paul at ARD yesterday, and we were talking about the Boom Supersonic SST program, which interestingly enough, when I was talking to Will about it, he was completely confused when I said, yeah, it's only going to be 65 people on it. He's like, oh. Oh, was Gary, was it? Oh, bless him. Yeah, he was quite surprised when I told him that the Boom jet is literally going to be for the very highly privileged amongst us. Going to be housing 65 people, about the same length as Concorde, but only seating 65 people. So a very posh layout. Let's face it, it's only a 3-hour flight, isn't it? Most of these flights are going to be about 3 hours, something like that. So much so that the pilots classified it as a short haul flight, flying across the Atlantic on Concorde. So in other words, they could fly there and fly back. I don't know if they did do that. It will be single aisle. Yes, it will be single aisle, but it might not be aisled. It might actually be laid out in a kind of like a lounge, sort of like. You know, with posh seats and all that kind of stuff, with seat belts and all that. And the crazy thing is that, you know, well, it's something that we're going to discuss on a future on-air program. The future. Galaxy Aviation is building his model airport. There we go. Lone Ranger Nomad. Aaron Thomas, anything up to 4 hours is short haul. There we go. So up to 4 hours, right? So theoretically, what was the... Mind you, they didn't turn the Concorde round in a very short period of time, did they? I don't think so. It probably would have been a pilot switch. No, it wouldn't, because I remember Paul saying that the pilot told him that he would say goodbye to his wife in the morning and say, I'll be back for dinner this evening, flying to New York and then flying back. How about that? Atlas Air's 777 freighter overhead from EMA. EMA! I don't know if I'm going to get that, because that is... Nice. Going open after 3 hours, the cabin air quality tends to get the best. Sucks, doesn't it? To Miami. Always a little bit of for me anyway. We'll put it this way. Tomorrow, on Tuesday evening, we'll be able to reserve the room. Well, my room. Jilly's room is not a problem. She can just go in a whatever room. But my room is obviously critical because of the need for it being the balcony being there, and also the screen being removed. So if we're able to reserve either 9:20, 10:20 or 11:20, we have to put the request across, which they said if you ask for it, then we can do it. We can remove the screens and you can pay when you get here for that work to be done. It's not ideal, to be honest with you, which is why we're looking at the option of... it's a great observation point though, I've got to be honest with you. Yeah! Dave Earl, the screens are installed for bugs and midges and stuff like that. Not for the bugs, but to keep them out. James Dayton's gifted 10 channel memberships. Thanks, Dave. Is that TUI? It's a 330 though. Oh. Yeah, Ginny's got the broom cupboard. Where they put all the fruit, you know, the ice machine and all that. Obviously, very essential that Ginny has comfort, because it is hard. It is hard sitting on your bum all day, isn't it? You know. No, it's what is critical, like Ginny's just said, is the Wi-Fi. That's what's critical to us. Well, to the operation. And we're going to take the we'll take the old blah blah, won't we, Ginny? Take the old Starling. Did we say we're going to do that or not? I can't remember. No, okay. Oh. Yeah, hotel Wi-Fi is fine. Yeah, as a backup. Yeah. Oh, it was TUI, Stuart Scale Models. Thanks, mate. 330, yeah? Stu and the crew, £5 super chat towards Chili's upgrade to the penthouse suite in Miami. Brilliant. Thanks, mate. Oh, it was KLM 330 Victor Charlie 10. Was it now? Yes, right, yeah. Yeah, nice one. Good correction there. Thank you, Victor Charlie 10. It was KLM 330, because I know TUI don't have 330s, do they? So that's why I questioned it. Thomas, yeah, TUI are all Boeing, aren't they? That is exactly it. Swiss, this is a brand new Swiss jet. Bosch. Yeah. Brian Stewart. That was Sydney, wasn't it? When we saw Jilly and the towel. Rachel, the money that was raised yesterday was not raised as a result of a fundraising it was us donating. It was a donation from us all. So Rachel, you are part of that. All our members are responsible for that donation. Oh yeah, it's from Big Jet TV in general. Yeah. So everybody who is involved in the channel is responsible for that. So thank you. Nice format. So that 320's been on the glide slope for quite some time. Gear coming down now. Go to flaps 2, and then quite soon flaps 3 beyond that, and then not long after that flaps 4. Depends on what stage you enter the glide slope. They call it a glide slope because it is literally. Got Qatar jet at the back there. Hello, mate. Aviation Stapes sending a gift, a big chat, Big Jet TV membership. I'll get there in the end. Thanks, mate. Appreciate it, Aviation Stapes. And that's David Bourne, who, by the looks of it, is a brand new member. David, Make sure if you've been gifted a channel membership, two very important things to do here, folks. Come in and say thank you. That's if you're here and you're watching. Please give a shout out and a thank you to whoever gifted you that membership, because that's a lovely thing to do, folks. That's somebody dipping into their own financial pocket and giving you the ability to come and watch us live next week in Miami, and all our international shows are available to gifted channel memberships. So make sure that you look at your perks on the channel as well. Go and check out the perks that members have, because you'll be pleasantly surprised. So many people are used to just giving money to channels and not getting anything back from it, which is fair enough. If they want to do that, that's entirely up to them. But what we like to do at Big Jet TV, and we've always done it, is give back as much as we can to our community of members, just out of respect, really, for saying thank you for what they do, by supporting the channel. But it allows you to come and watch us live in Miami next week, travel with us on international trips, and that is first class, upper class and super class members, of course. Premium members get to watch it all a week later, but also premium members get to come on European shows with us, which we're kind of overdue one, but so we're likely to do one. We do have some favourites for European stuff, you know, the Frankfurts, the Schiphols, that kind of thing, just purely based on the amount of flow they've got at those airfields, especially Schiphol and Frankfurt. Thanks for that, Jay. Finishing my so much finishing the sentence for me, but just completing it. Yeah, exactly. That's probably what would have happened if I'd have tried to remember it. Downwash. Watch the compression. Nice. Linda G's Big Jet TV desk calendar has just arrived. Awesome! Thank you, Taparay. 5,235 kilometres travelled, 6 hours and 31 minutes for that Qatar jet to travel from Doha to here. Beverly George has gifted a channel membership. Thank you, Beverly. Soapy Stick 747-8 Lufthansa Mexico to Frankfurt over Cardiff over Heathrow in 9 minutes approximately. Okay, we'll keep an eye out for her. Brian Wood is a brand new premium member. Welcome, Brian. that's our Virgin guy, isn't it? I hope you're having an amazing week. A little disappointed today because I was meant to be operating on Virgin 117 to Miami this afternoon, where it's nice and warm, but temporarily grounded for a medical. There we go. Oh, that's a shame, Roy. Well, we'll say hello to Miami when we get out there for you next week, mate. Turkish, maybe Turkish Dreamer. See that jumbo just yet? These two on for a bit of fun. Is it these two for a bit of fun there? Nearly a bit of cruise funk there. Michael Bartlett, Lufthansa now climbing over the top of him in Bristol. There we go. So a little ways to go yet. Lone Ranger Nomad, Swiss and Edelweiss do their updates on the Airbus fleet overnight with night shifts. So it has not barely affected them. Yeah, there we go. It's like I said. So it's all a little bit sort of like, you know. And don't forget that these software updates, these firmware updates, folks, they go on all the time. It happens all the time. It's just this one particular one. Obviously, there was a glitch in the system on one aircraft. Don't forget that all these aircraft were running the same firmware as the one that had the issue. But obviously, to be safe, Airbus issued that directive and recommendation. Well, it was a directive, really. It had to be done, didn't it? Turkish triple, was it? Okay. That was a Turkish triple. Do you know what? It's actually quite difficult from a long range to make out a triple versus a Dreamliner, because the wings at that altitude on the 777, well, at any altitude really, the wings are as flexed as the 787. Maybe a little bit easier with a 200 variant, but with the raked wingtip of the 777 and the 787 wingtip, it's a difficult thing to make out, especially with the wing canoes as well being more or less the same on the triple as on the Dreamliner. United 7810, that was Diane 78. Thank you, Diane. watching. Young lads watching. Oh, what's the phone then, son? What's the phone? Feet aviation addict. Where's our Jumbo? Maybe she's not trailing. Cheryl Wales, £5 super chat. Fantastic road trip yesterday. Thank you, Cheryl. Glad you enjoyed it. Down top, 747 over the top. Oh, it's miles away. I can see it. Yeah, I can see it. It's coming straight towards me. So it was a freighter or a Pax. Oh, it's Lufty, is it? Okay. Car spotter from Sweden. 300neo, British Airways from Newcastle, 6 years old. LEM. Miss Wolves, good afternoon to you. Another replacement radome. All components on aircraft have to go through a servicing schedule, including the radome. They don't just replace them when they get damaged or anything. They do actually have to. Oh, is it in the old livery? Lovely. Dash 8 in the old livery, man. Folks. Oh, now I know how that bloke felt in the old Monty Python film. My eyes are old, my knees are weak, my nose is old and drizzled or whatever. Oh, that's nice. Yeah. What's that, GP? I did, mate, but you weren't looking at your phone. Really? Oh, I saw that. Yeah. 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 Good on you. Yeah, I know. Years old, that Dash 8, Michael K saying, wow. Somerset Bobby. Not really Bobby. We have before had a couple of sort of like moments where we're like, oh, what was that? But it becomes apparent that it was either a light glare or, you know, something like that. Whoa! Now that could be. Now I know this sounds crazy, but I just can't stand the pain. This is, I think, our first A350 of the show. 2 hours and 12 minutes in, and this is our first A350. What's going on? Oh, no, it's not. No, it's not. Air India. Air India, of course. Truck for truck's sake. Where is she? Where is she? Big, nice, big steep bank for that. Oh, she's. Hello, mate. Look at it, look at Stunky Tokyo. Hairy legs and everything, hairy legs. Richard Hall had an interesting departure from Luton on the 19th, lined up on the runway and called back into be de-iced. Called back to be de-iced. Well, here's a put yourself, just have a think about this, folks. I heard about the other yesterday. Paul told me, because Captain Kanamori, who we know flies for Japan Airlines, operating the 787, I believe he is moving across to the A350 at some point, maybe 2026. But listen to this. If you remember the other day when we when we were hit by that pretty intense snow shower, I have to say. Do you remember that? At Heathrow here? And I was over at the Renaissance. Now, we caught a Dreamliner. That's me wrapper just gone. Hopefully it'll stay there. We caught Kanamori. We caught a Japan Airlines 787. I had missed him because he always goes to Aviation Retail Direct when he comes here. He's got a model airport at home and everything. Really, really cool guy. Dresses really cool as well. Anyway, I missed him the previous day at ARD, and the next day we were filming at Heathrow, and there was a Japan Airlines 787 coming out, and I was like, oh, that could be Hiroki, couldn't it? And I just carried on filming it just in case it was him. I need to look back at the footage because apparently it's a really... Listen to this. I've never heard this before, ever. So anyway, they're taxiing out for runway 27 left, okay, for a departure out of runway 27 left. And he stops the aircraft a bit, overshoots one of the taxiways, from what I understand anyway, in order to park the aircraft up. Somewhere through there somewhere, he's parked the aircraft. He's come out of the flight deck. This is the captain, ladies and gentlemen. Come out of the... So imagine if you're a passenger, yeah? And all of a sudden the aircraft comes to a stop, and the cockpit door opens. Captain comes out, goes up to the number one left front door, cranks it open, literally cranks it open, closes it again, goes over to the other side, the R1 door, cranks it open, and you know what he's doing? He's checking for ice to make sure that the fuselage is clear of ice. So by just cranking it, there would be a little bit of force on it. And it opened very easily, I'm guessing. So there he, and then he closed it. Apparently he looked at some of the passengers. I don't know if they made an announcement over the intercom. They probably wouldn't have had to have done, because it would have only been those front row of passengers that would have seen him anyway. But how good airmanship is that, ladies and gents? How cool is that? Safety first. Just to, obviously, if there had have been a bit of resistance when opening the door, then obviously he would have probably called for the de-icing teams to come out there and give them a bit of type 4 or whatever it is. I know this kid's been down here, hasn't he? Give him a wave, yeah, give him a wave. Hello, mate. Right, now look at your phone, son. Now you look at your phone. Okay, now he's going to look at his phone. Make sure you allow 20 seconds, man. Top. Look it over the top. There's young man down here as well. It's good that it's all the youngsters as well, man. I'll be honest with you. I like that. I like that, because that's just, you know, it's this young lad and his parents, and the young lad had his mate with him. It was his birthday. Bumped into him yesterday around the corner, literally at Myrtle Avenue. And it was his birthday. How about that? She said, you know, he watches you all the time, blah 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 blah. Brilliant, great to meet him. Young lad, sort of like 10, 12, something like that. And I said, you know, do you want to be are you looking at getting into aviation? He says, I want to be in air traffic control. How cool is that, man? How cool is that? And his mate wants to be an engineer. I love it when they kind of have a good idea of what they want to do. Because let's face it, these days it's a lot easier, isn't it, to be able to do all that research. I mean, look at that Microsoft Flight Sim, man. You could literally perfect yourself on that, like so many are out there. Get yourself a PPL and then go and work for somebody like DHL, work on the ramp for 2 years. They'll put you through the ATPL. Next thing you know is you're flying a 777 freighter for DHL. And they'll pay for you as well, mate. So this young lad, I can't emphasise it enough. He's a great bookmark for telling youngsters about the fact that you don't need to spend hundreds of thousands of pounds or £100,000 at least to get your ATPL. Look at the way this young lad's doing it. He's basically funding his PPL, private pilot license. He's funding that through his working for DHL airside at East Midlands. So he's having a great time working amongst aircraft. He's getting life experience working with people as well, which is really, really important. His life experience and, you know, working with people. But then what he's doing is he's funding his PPL. He's taking it. He's about 50% of the way through his PPL right now. Look at the way that thing's banking over there. Isn't that beautiful, man? And then DHL have told him, work for us for 2 years, and then we'll fund you to go and do your ATPL, and then you can fly for us. How about that, man? Yeah, I don't know, like I said earlier, man, if you see those wheels close up when I pan past, wow, big downwash from that jet, man. Bosh! Yesterday's road trip was just brilliant. Maybe that's what we should do every day, Jilly, when we're not doing this. Just go out in the van. Yeah, just go for a drive, man. Oh, sorry, folks. Sorry, that was my fault. First Officer Emu. What was that? Okay. Oh, yes, 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 yes. Oh, my God. Oh, that's hilarious. Oh, my God, Emu, that is... Oh, that is absolutely fantastic. Emu, that is brilliant, man. Oh, my goodness me. I love that. Is that a comment, Jilly? Is that in the chat? Oh, mate, that is brilliant. Right, yeah. Oh, that's brilliant. But did I kind of shirk a bit of the blame towards you for the handbrake, for the parking brake then? Okay. Did I say that maybe I accidentally hit it or you hit it when you were? Yeah, okay, I'll put it on and it was followed by an ECAM message as well, apparently. It was followed by an ECAM message. It's fantastic. Oh, that's classic. That's classic. Okay, so I was at 2,000 feet. Oh, when the mouse thing happened, but no, apparently, what was it, an hour and something into the flight? That's United, isn't it? That's United. I was at 2,000 feet when I did it. Oh, okay, so on the approach then, on the final approach. Why would that... I'm going to have to look back on that. Thanks, Emu. Sounds funny. Oh. World to fly. Really? Wow. Thomas confirming that. What's that? Oh, did they? Oh, wow. Oh, really? Oh, watch out, man, because that volcano fancies having a bit of a... yeah, that volcano out in Anchorage is... I don't know if I blame the parking brake on you though, mate. I don't know if I did do that. I blamed you for messing up my screen and zooming in and out when I was when I was at 500 feet. I'll have to look back on it, mate. We'll have to watch it back. I think we should watch it back. Yeah. Let's do an investigation on it. Get some dustbin hit lids and old car brake units and put them on the desk. I didn't see that. I didn't see that. mission forward. Excellent vantage point today. Outstanding views. Mission forward. Must be a new member. Mission forward. This is one of our, this is one of our original positions. Mission forward. And I mean emotion surely, folks. It is, yeah. But it's over on the right-hand corner, which is close to where your hand is. No, you might have knocked it, because reaching over to get the mouse, when you reached over to put the... No, the mouse wasn't on the desk, the mouse was on the top of the computer. Don't you remember? No, it wasn't. It was. You see now, what Emu's saying there as well. It's actually really good to decipher this, isn't it? Because what he's saying there is that obviously the ECAM's message came on, park brake on, and I ignored it. Well, I didn't ignore it, I just didn't see it. So that's what you should be looking at, isn't it? That screen. Momentarily, every now and then. But it is really the non-flying pilot's job to do that, is it not? Not trying to pass the buck again. But really, the non-flying pilot needs to be monitoring the screens, whereas the flying pilot, it's all eyes ahead. I don't know as that's the full sequence, mate. I don't know about that. Yeah, exactly. Stop that moment there when you try to get the mouse back. So that's when you click in on my screen. You're in on my screen. You think that you're... Wasn't on my screen, man. It was on your screen. Okay, well let's do a live investigation. Cathay Pacific 747 due in shortly, Dan saying. Okay, where's she at? Is she... She's a long way out. Yeah, let's make sure we get that Cathay 747 on the close. Don't, for God's sake, let me miss that. Otherwise I'll be undrawn and quartered. Danny Blake, first time messaging into the show. A great show as always, Danny. Thank you so much. And look at that, he's got 3 stripes. Danny, great to see you, mate. Don't stop thinking about tomorrow. No, don't stop messaging, folks. It's great to get your get your input. Whatever level you're at, if that's the right thing to say, you know, in terms of, you know, if you're new to aviation, if you want to find something out technically or anything about aviation, then get your questions in. Or if you want to, if you know your stuff, or you've Googled something and you're questioning it, then just get involved, because it's good. That's all. Seems like it's on 20. Send back Jerry back to the sim. We should watch those back, Jerry, shouldn't we, really? Like Shuttle Run. All the disasters and everything. Pretending I know everything and getting it all wrong. And crazy thing is that when I look back on the early sim shows, I will probably I'll be honest with you, when I do look back at those original sim shows, I just think, my God, our pilots and people who put up with me through all of that. Look at that beautiful shot right there, folks. Isn't that beautiful? 767. Gear not down yet on that. What is it, Dreamliner or something? Oh, they look beautiful when they're. Could be a triple. Could be a triple. No, it's a 787. Triple's engines are a little bit more inboard than the 78s. Dave Earl. So chuffed Monday. Tracked an A400 from Bryce, did a loop, and flew over my house in North Devon coast. Wow. From side stick to yoke, or vice versa. You know what? I'll be honest with you. I think it's more a controls, more about the systems of an aircraft when you're going from one type to another. You know, there's the operating systems. Because I'll be honest with you, you know, my pathetic career of piloting, I wouldn't have thought that a yoke would be that much of a switchover challenge. I mean, I have tried out the 787. It's amazing how when you use one of these, I think the biggest thing is yeah, you know what? Actually, thinking about it, is I guess because the side stick on the Airbus is quite big. It's a big old unit. It's not the size of a game controller. It's a big thing with. But it's all powered. Yeah, the FMC, isn't it? All those systems. And what was interesting was Screaming Emu did say that they are, they're with the Airbus, there's so many things about it that you could be learning. You could still be learning about the characteristics, not so much the characteristics, but the systems and I wouldn't say shortcuts, but mate, you got something? Oh, okay. 48. That's my favourite. He is. That's my favourite. He's very friendly, that horse. Come on then! Come on! Come on! Very tame. Oh, alright. How sometimes 787-10 just too long. Oh, careful now. Let's not miss our jumbo. So, fully established. Final landing checks complete. Flaps 1, probably. Normally it's flaps 1, then gear down, then flaps 2, and then 3, and then 4. I think flaps 1 before you make the turn to establish yourself, and then do what Screaming Emu calls a free drag sometimes, just to bring the speed down on the aircraft rather than correcting it yourself. You can grab yourself a little bit of free drag by dropping the gear early, but at the moment these guys seem to be very happy. About 4 miles now and his gear's still up. Still a high flap setting. Here we go, here come the gear. Looks like a CEO by the look of the drop down lights that they've got there. Gear coming down, speed decreasing, flaps extending. So yeah, they probably did go flap 2 a little bit earlier and then go gear. Got a nice long run in. What's the matter? Oh, sorry about that. FD2S is an instructor on the 73 Max A. With 11 years, maybe more experience. I love his streams. Interesting. FD2S. Alex Jacobs has gifted a channel membership. Thank you, Alex. Oh, sorry. Just trying to. I just had a thought, Jilly. A post-show discussion thought. EK29 third out. Gear coming down. Always looks a bit odd, doesn't it, with the outboard wing gear extending first. Once everything's locked and the doors are back up, of course, if these centre gear swings down and back, locks, gear doors go up, big bang if you're sitting over the wing. I love the sound of the gear doors closing. And then, of course, around about now, we're going flaps 3 or 4. You know, all that noise coming, and then a little bit of a go to 4 maybe. And they do, sometimes they do them in little tiny increments as well. And all that. Just love it, man. I just love it. I love this moment of approach, man. This is when your arm starts to get really weak because you've been filming it for the last 5 minutes. But you overcome it because of the amazement of being there. And of course, if you're on that wing right now, sitting over it, sitting over that wing, you can see the wing tip quite clearly flexed right up. Come down to watch this, man. Good amount of people down there ready for the 380. jumbo. How far out is... Oh, that's hilarious, Gilly. Dave's just messaged me. Dave SAS. Very nice, mate. We had a passenger come into the cockpit after landing asking who is Dave. Apparently her friend was streaming and messaged her on approach. Then she wanted to sit in the cockpit and get a selfie. Good way to end the week. Cheers, mate. Oh, that is brilliant, Dave. That is hilarious, man. I love that. Who's Dave? 28 minutes out, 7:47. Okay. Now they're fully manual. Now the autopilot has been disengaged. Bloop, 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 bloop. Pilot flying it by stick. Auto throttle's still operating at the moment, so hand over the throttles, but they're still, unlike the Boeing, which moves. Flight officer calling. Systems calling out the numbers. 200. Yeah. 70, 60, 50, 40, 30, retard, retard, bosh. Nice. That's a bit lower than 30, wasn't it? But maybe a bit of a long call on it. That was more like 10, wasn't it? Well, actually, from the 30, it doesn't call. I mean, I think pilots can set the systems up so it cools down to 5 as well. I think the Boeing cools down to 5, doesn't it? But if you float it, you get the retard. In other words, retard the throttles. In fact, you know what's interesting about the Airbus 320? In fact, sorry, not the Airbus 320, but just the Airbus systems, is that when the automatic height indicator calls out the numbers, the 50, 40, 30, and all that. Nice start. What's that? Can you hear that? When the aircraft calls retard, that basically means retard the throttles, pull the throttles back, that call out is actually not meant for the pilots. It's just actually a reference. I can't remember how they described it, but it's kind of a reference for the pilots more than a verbal call out, if you know what I mean. Alistair Black is a brand new member. Alistair, welcome. Sorry, folks. Oi! The horse is scratching its bum on the van. The van is shaking due to horse scratch. Yeah, Alistair Black. A very warm welcome. Brand spanking new member, Alistair Black. Going to be joining us in Miami if you fancy a bit of it next week, mate. Ellen M has gifted a channel membership. Thank you, Ellen. There's always a lot of stuff to watch. Especially with these overflies. We're quite lucky, really, being where we are in London. The positioning where we are in terms of cruisers that are, you know, crossing the Atlantic, going down into Europe and beyond, of course. Oi! Bloody hell, man! Stop it! Stop it! You're disrupting our filming, mate. Yeah, you too. Especially looks good in the sunlight, doesn't it? Etihad's livery. Oh, nice. Such a big chunky undercarriage on the 7.8, isn't it? I think that's why they, you know, I think given more time to develop the aircraft, Boeing would perhaps have created a new sort of like bigger undercarriage for the 787-10 as opposed to retaining the 787-9 undercarriage. Look at these two, look, you can tell which, that's definitely that one's foal in it, look. Literally, look. Same livery and everything. Look at this beautiful, look at this beautiful chap. You can't walk that fast, mummy, you just wait, will you? Yeah. I've only got little legs. Michael White, 179 Thai Peaks or whatever. Enjoy coffee in Miami. Thank you for the shows, Michael White. Thank you, mate. Shillings in it, THB, is it? Oh, Thai Bat, sorry, or Bart. Bart! Still fancying a bit of milk bar, look. He's a bit old, aren't you, mate? Excuse me. Did I cover that enough? Sonny Schneider, I don't need to install any scratches on my van, I've got enough of them, thanks. Bitty, Trinity, yes. Bitty. By the way, folks, it looks like we may be live tomorrow because it's looking like it'll be a bit, the winds are going to be a bit tasty tomorrow. And of course they'll be arriving on the northern runway in the morning. We're not leaving till Wednesday, so I don't see any reason why we can't go. I'm not going to sit at home going, ring up Jilly and go, oh, it's just windy, isn't it? In the morning. Oh, tomorrow night. Yeah, but it's like at least. Okay. Oh, is it? Okay, okay. Nice. Southwesterlies. Shed effect. So, folks, if you're into a little bit of watching some real airmanship, then join us tomorrow for some windy arrivals at London Heathrow. Ian Finley has gifted 20 channel memberships. Yeah, BBLLB is another one who's going to be on the London route on in his new Dreamliner, isn't he? Anthony, I have to do a very rapid, there's a whole procedure to when I come in to the paddock. You can see there's two sets of gates there, right? Okay, the far gates. I drive in through the far gates, obviously I have the key and all that. Then I have to park the van up, and there's another inner gate there, as you can see. Shut that gate and lock it, and then open this gate with my van still in that concrete paddock there. And then I have to let all the horses into that concrete paddock. I have to wait until they're all in position behind my van. Then I do a high-speed run. It's not so difficult in the summer, obviously. I can do it nice and calmly. But today it was like the flipping Somme down there. So I have to do a high-speed run and hope to God I don't get... I can feel the wheels spinning out. And I basically have to drive it at high, just don't come off the throttle basically, and it spins out through the gloop and everything, and then eventually I just aim for what I classify as the high ground, I guess, but the grass. If I hit the grass, then I'm fine. But it's a little bit uphill. It's got a very slight incline to it, and as you can see from my tracks, by the time I get here, then I'm starting to get rid of the gloop on my tyres. Getting out of here is okay because you're travelling around, turn it nice and steady, get some of that nice long juicy grass underneath you, run it all the way across there to the left of the bales in the winter, run it to the left of the bales, and then make a right. Then literally coast it down to that gate, coast it. But when I leave the horses, I don't have to worry about the horses because they're all over here or somewhere else. Anyway, as you can appreciate, it's not the easiest of operations. Unlike just going to the Renaissance and putting the roof on, that takes 2 minutes. This is quite a... And then I've got to go back in there again. Is it? Yeah, but mate, we'll get on with it. We'll get on with it. I mean, if it's 2 sevens, yeah, just bear in mind, when I'm looking to the east, right, when I'm looking to the east, I'm not getting water on the lens or in my face. The only time I get water is after they've gone past me. So most of the time I'm facing away from the... Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. Well, then we'll just have to come in here, won't we? Craig Russell. 787 BA787 from AUH arriving. Houston, Texas, isn't it? Is that Houston? No? Abu Dhabi. Interesting. Thank you, Craig. Oh, that's IAH. Is this it now? Yeah, this is it, Tap Race 8, yeah. It's a dash 10. See how chunky the 787 undercarriage is, man. Nice. See, it was only last week that I really learned. Well, there's been discussion, hasn't there, about there's been discussion about, he hasn't really grown up, that one, has it? Actually, no. He's kind of stayed the same size, hasn't it? Anyway, I don't know. Yeah, 787-10 in terms of its length versus the A350-1000, and the fact that it's only a metre or so longer than the 350-9. the 787. And I have read a couple of articles regarding the 787-10 and why they fall so far behind Airbus on the 1000 in terms of its range, and part of that is to do with the undercarriage arrangement and the wing, in terms of the capability to put a better wing on it, or at least revise the wing for ultra long haul operations. Obviously, as you can appreciate, what they've done with the A350-1000, they haven't really made massive changes to the 350-1000 wing, at least, because the undercarriage arrangement was set up for a potentially longer aircraft, or at least for that length of aircraft. So it was designed right out the box, whereas what Boeing did was took the 787-9 and basically put a longer fuselage on it. I think the 1000 has possibly a slightly wider gate on it with the undercarriage, and of course the opportunity to run the longer tanks, which is quite interesting. That I was wondering whether they might install horizontal stabilizer tanks like they've got in the A350, but no, apparently the ULR is having extra tanks fitted in the aft wing section, is it? Jumbo, 9 minutes out in the hold. Okay, GP, you need to make sure that we Lone Ranger Nomad. Yeah, there is that option. That well, I mean, I would imagine that the team that were thinking about doing the A350-2000 were sort of like are now most definitely considering it far more likely now, because of the Emirates asking Boeing to do a feasibility study on a 777-10. She's coming out of the Lamborghini, yeah? Okay. Talked about the 787 and the 777 wing flex. It's both more or less the same, but it's just more exaggerated on the Dreamliner. Look how flexed up those wings are, man. Now you watch when this thing loses all its lift, as it becomes a vehicle, wingless. The wings will lose all the lift, and the flex that you see on that wing will go right the way down. Deflex. This is nice. This is China Southern in their Boeing livery, I think, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, it is. Looking good, man. Looking good in that light. Yeah. You watch that wing. We'll concentrate on the near side wing. Watch how it deflexes as soon as it touches down. There it goes, softly right the way through, and almost through the neutral as well. Look at that. Isn't that incredible, man? Oh yeah, the big old shot. That's a real shame, man. It's up already, isn't it? Yeah, because Emirates have actually asked Boeing to do a feasibility study on the 787X, which would be the 787, sorry, the 777-10, sorry. Airbus will most definitely be, right, okay, we've got to do the 2000. She's out of the hole there. This isn't the old damaged 787, is it? Just double check the reg on that, GP, make sure that's not the one that was damaged, because she was in the other day, wasn't she? I bet the old catering truck was tiptoeing around her. So from the north we should see Beverly George out of the Lambourne, due 6 minutes for the 747. So I'm basically going to be checking to the north of me along that cloud line there. Somewhere we should see, unfortunately due to the cloud, hey, look at this. Is this the TAP Retro? Check this out for a beautiful retro livery, folks. I love the way they've done this. Their old jets, 707s. I don't know if TAP might have had Coronados or something crazy like that. Been around a long time, TAP. DC-8s maybe. Probably going to miss seeing her tracking across, unless, how far is she before? Let me just have a look and see myself, for God's sake. Oh, okay, I got it, yeah. Right, now what I need to do is look at flight radar, look at the stack, if I can. Sorry, there she is, right. So we've got 1, 2, 3, right, what is third out? 1, 2, okay, so that third one out is in from Copenhagen. Yeah, okay, so behind that is the 777 that's just turned on, which is coming into view any moment now. Right, okay, so I'm not going to catch the jumbo on approach because it's going to come from the left, isn't it? Oh, I don't know though. She is probably around there somewhere, I would imagine. No. Who's 777's that GP? Oh, nice bit of cloud bust in there, man. Okay, so the jumbo's right behind her. She's going to hit that cloud, man. This should look good. Let's just hope that 320 doesn't put its lights on just yet. We don't need any lights. Pull back a little bit just to make sure I don't miss her if she's up at the top. Sometimes when they join they appear a little bit higher, but it's just because they're further out. They're actually, well, they would be a little bit higher, but any moment now, man. There she is. Oh, she's got her lights on. Oh, of all the ones that we don't need the lights on. Oh, she's busting that cloud beautifully as well, man. Nice little micro burst, look below her. Look at that. It's a shame that cloud was there because the moon would have been right the way through the shot there. But anyway, it is what it is. Bit of funk. Yeah, it's actually the Microsoft Flight Sim pilot, wasn't it? That 220 pilot, A320 pilot, sorry, who mentioned about the whole retard call out. About it not being specifically for the pilot, it's just the systems, a systems thing. I have to find out how he describes it. Captain Manny, I believe, is with us. FedEx pilot waiting to go fly the MD-11 with FedEx is Captain Manny, but obviously due to the recent issues issue delayed until further notice, I'm guessing is the best way to describe it. Not wanting to speculate. I'm just looking at it from a pure engineering standpoint. Physics and engineering, really. When you consider the physics going on with that MD-11's engine or engines, the stresses on the airframe, the stresses on the engine mounts, the pylon mounts, right at that V rotate speed. I would imagine that the most amount of stress is going through the back engine, not the thrust link mount, but the pylon mount, wing mount, and I reckon that's what fractured and why the engine so abruptly went up and over the wing. So I'm imagining that they might be pinpointing that. Insulator or like a lined cover over the panning arm, which is also over the zooming button that I've got. Martin Fishlock, £10 super chat. Thanks, Martin. Great show as always. Happy birthday. Have a coffee on me. Oh, thanks, Martin. Appreciate it. Duncan Brecken is a brand new first class member. Welcome, Duncan. We've probably seen that in Anchorage. Car spotter from Sweden. Wow, just wow. Welcome in, Duncan. Brand new member as well. Oh, nice. Or Jordanian. And that's not the new livery one, is it? The new livery one's even lighter grey. It's like a slate grey almost, isn't it? What a... I've noticed today, pilots, can you tell me? Elevators in the up position after touchdown. Normally on a calm day, you'd sort of see them in the neutral position, wouldn't you? Is that because of the fact that the wind is directly at them, that they want to sort of like just maximise the pressure on the nose wheel when they're steering the aircraft? Is that possibly the reason why we're seeing elevators in the up position on some of these aeroplanes? I know it's not a dumb thing to force the nose onto the ground, is it, by doing that? But obviously sometimes they manipulate the elevators in a downward position ever so slightly to slow the nose wheel from hitting the deck too fast. Ian Hannah, Sunil Pete, thank you, Sunil. Yeah, interesting. I don't know if Amy really wants to talk about it, but he hasn't mentioned it about the JetBlue incident. Yeah. It's let's just see what happens with this, because normally you'd obviously to smooth out the drop, the nose dropping you, there's a little bit of upward elevator to control the drop of the nose. But during landing and the landing roll, I'm seeing them in the upward position. I don't quite understand it. Surely that would be in the down position to maximise the force of the front end onto the wheels, onto the front wheels. Which, let's just have a look at this one. Gusting slightly more. So there they are, just upwards for a little bit, slow it down, and then back to, oh, it's just an optical illusion, mate. It was an optical illusion. Yeah, it's a little bit of up elevator just to slow that, to manage the drop of the gear coming down, and then once the gear are on the floor, then it's completely neutral. Nice 737. Crazy, isn't it? That could be a max. Just looking at the very front of it, could be a bleeding 707 or a 727. Elevators neutral once the nose wheel is down, except on a contaminated runway, or if you need more nose wheel authority, then you push down. Right, I've got you, yeah. Nose wheel authority, I like that. Makes total sense, that. But when you say contaminated runway, if you've got a lot of water on the runway, you wouldn't want a tremendous amount of nose wheel authority, would you? If you've got a strong, very strong headwind, maybe? I don't know. I like that word. Nose wheel authority. Displacing 30 MD pilots and adding to the 777. I'm at 35% on the MD as an FO and sitting in a perfect spot to where I won't get affected by the grounding. Oh, that is great news, Captain Manny. That is good news, mate. I'm happy for you. Because it looks like there's obviously going to be an extensive investigation. Until they've completed the investigation. In the meantime, they're doing all the checks, aren't they? Check the wheels. Yeah. It's the ski jumper. One set. 2 set. Love how they ride them out on the back set of the MLGs. Aaron Thomas follows Boeing a lot in this sim. Well, I've got to get my head around the sim, the Boeing systems, haven't I? That's a whole new learning curve for me, man. So before I do that, though, I definitely want to try my hand at some bigger aircraft. Oh, we've got good on the batteries, man, on the mic batteries. I like that. We've got 43 left on the main battery. Okay, I'm going to have to switch batteries out. Okay, folks, stand by. I'm just going to jump down quickly and grab the other battery because I don't want to. I just put it on there for you. Stand by. I will be literally 2 minutes. Okay, you start counting if you like. Oh. Yes, I think I might have to rig something up. Okay, stand by for battery switch in 3, 2, 1. Oh, wait. 3, 2, 1. Tell me when we're back on GP, please. Great shot of the slinger joining the stack. Yes, it will be. I might have to. Oh, he's right, you know. No, that's not the slinger, is it? Okay, slinger hasn't joined the stack yet. Which way is he coming from the north? The clouds have moved now. Look how wide the spacing is on the undercarriage of the 350, man. Yeah, man. I love that shot. All that engineering going on right there, man. Crash, look, Jenny. This little crash, look. They've got their babies with it. Okay, so there she is, there she is. Got her, I got her, I got her. Well, I did have her. Yeah, man. Still on 180, I think, or taking a very shallow turn. Yeah, heading 180 thereabouts. Probably down to around about 4,000 feet, something like that. She comes. 4,000 feet, 4,175 to be precise, but there is a lag on flight radar, don't forget. Not a lot, folks. It actually does. Some days it's worse than others, isn't it, really, the lag on ye olde flight radar. So it needs to be around about 2,500 feet or below when the aircraft will intercept the ILS. 27 just yet. Nice shallow turn in for 27. Bit of jelly. Oh, look at this Dreamliner. Yeah, look at the jelly. That's heat from the engine heat mixing with vortex. That is right there. Sorry, I had to miss that Dreamliner, folks, because I just wanted to get that beautiful turn-on shot. Yeah, man. So that goes to show how long the vortex stays behind the aircraft for. That aircraft's landed and there's still vortex mixing around with heat, as you can see there on that 777, man. It's quite fascinating, isn't it, man, to see that vortex and that layer of heat, almost like gelatine, mixing across. You'll see it coming off this 777 on the 350. Touchdown. Should we just get the touchdown? What a nice. I hate missing anything. Okay, now my sticks are out of alignment. The sticks are out of alignment. Gear down. Fully established. Flaps 4. Maybe not just yet. Very good at managing the speed. Of course, all the flap extension is all manual, folks. Autopilot is just controlling the speed and altitude of the aircraft, whilst the pilots will, based on what is happening with the aircraft, will there's a minimum and a maximum with Emirates in terms of flaps 4, gear down, whatever the part of the procedure is. They have to do it by a set point on the approach, based on conditions, of course. Gear down no later than or earlier than. Oh, nice. Yeah, that nose looked like it was coming down a bit sharpish, didn't it? Got one up there, one over there, and one right here. Just straighten this head up. Sorry folks, quickly just straighten this head up. Sorry about that. Oh, okay, interesting. Screaming emails to Emirates pilots this week. About do it by X point, and they said it's not true. Okay, well, there we go then. The Singapore Slinger, ladies and gentlemen.
Maybe what it is they, if they're excessively late on extending the gear, maybe then they get an email or a message just to say, you know, don't leave it so late. Strict indeed. You do it their way, or you know, get on your way. I love the Etihad livery, the 380. Well, Kevin Graham, if you think of flying, regardless of the size, it's all relative. The size of the wing, the power of the engines, and the size of the fuselage, everything is relative. So for a big ginormous plane like that, you kind of have to have 4 engines on it, obviously, to, you know, to give it the power that it needs to fly. A little tiny plane, you only need little engines like that, because he hasn't got so much to lift. But in terms of aerodynamics, the wings and all that kind of stuff, like I say, it's all relative to the size of the aircraft. So regardless of if it's ginormous like the 380 or small like that 320, it's all relative, like I say. And it is pretty amazing when you see how that all works. Trinity, the second favourite livery is the Etihad. Pup is in the house, I think. Rani Bry is amazed. 747 over the top, darn it. Kinda had that. Stabilise out of it. Kind of on target for the moon, that 747 at one stage.
taxi? First officers can't taxi. Is that true? Is that whatever Arrow just asked? Has EMU confirmed it that first officers can't taxi in the US? Just our standard operating procedures, he said. Keeps things simpler when you get busy. Remember, taxiing is the busiest. Yeah, taxiing is the busiest part. He's absolutely right. Oh, interesting. Okay, because obviously but then again, physically taxiing it is one thing, taking the instructions and giving the directions is another. Is that something that they share the workload on EMU? So the non-flying pilot will say left on, take the next left, for example. You know, obviously a lot more sophisticated than that, but you know, almost like a navigator in a rally car at very slow motion. Beautiful JAL 350, man. Had a very interesting dream last night, because I've been speaking about Captain Kanamori at ARD and the door, and we'd been out to that college with those kids and all that sort of stuff. The whole culmination of things that have happened recently. Up at ARD, there's a giant model of an aircraft carrier, all those sorts of things. I had a very funny dream. I was on a 787, the JAL 787, and mid-flight, I was in the front of the aircraft, and all it was a bunch of school kids in there with their rucksacks on and all that. There was an old coffee machine that didn't work, and then I was sitting in the window seat, and then all of a sudden we stopped and we went down an elevator. Go with me on this, and it's a dream, by the way. Got to the bottom of the elevator, looked out the window. We're in the bowels of an aircraft carrier. We're being our follow me vehicle was an F-16, which again I saw at ARD. Yeah, I looked down and I saw all this engineering going on, all these works going on. I've gone up to the flight deck, couple of English blokes, not Captain Kanamori, it's the Japan Airlines flight. I said, what's going on? I said, we had to stop. This is an aircraft carrier, by the way, folks. We're in an aircraft carrier. We've had to stop to change a couple of wheels. So we obviously had the wheels switched out. I went back into the cabin, which was the size of a front room. Oh, bit of float on that. And then we left, and then I looked back out of the aircraft, and I looked back and I saw this massive aircraft carrier. It was huge, man. I'm telling you, it was like the size of a town, you know. And I apologise to anybody who might be eating their dinner or something like that, or breakfast even, because yesterday during the road trip there was talk about the smell of, you know, a sewage plant, a very eggy smell from a sewage plant or something, and the top of the entire aircraft carrier was a sewage works. I'll just leave it at that. That's going to work. We've had it before, haven't we? We've had the Great Moon Challenge, Moonshot Challenge, haven't we, Jilly? I think we might be into a bit of ribbons here. Moonshot Challenge coming up, folks.
Is it? No, it's a dream, isn't it? I just dream about things, obviously, like everybody dreams, you know. And sometimes you remember your dreams, other times you don't. And that one was very vivid. Because a culmination of everything that had happened in one day. I always think that sometimes when something happens during the day, I'll think, oh, I'm going to dream about that tonight. I'll do something. So now there's our moon, ladies and gentlemen. We've got 15 minutes to see whether we can get a direct hit. That one seems like it's a little bit too far south to be in line with a direct hit. I don't think we've got anything else on its way. Nice cruiser over the top there. Oh. Ian Finley has gifted 20 channel memberships. I don't recall reading that one out though. Oh, Ian, wow, thank you, mate. I apologise. Oh, Paul Skilling as well. Right, okay, let's just have a little look here. Oh my God, yeah. Another radome replacement. Seems like quite a lot of their 320s are going having radome service maybe at the moment. Maybe they got a deal with the radome service centre where they can get like 10 done for the price of 9 or something. I don't know though. Paul Skilling gifted a channel membership. Martin Fishlock, there's his £10 super chat. Thank you, mate. Appreciate that. Duncan Brecken is a brand new first class member. Duncan Brecken, a very warm welcome to you. Welcome to Big Jet TV, along with all our other new members today and those who've been gifted as well. Please say thank you to your giftee in it. Midland Spotter Cartwright. Midland Spotter Craig Witt has a super chat, £3 soup gifted the giftor. Yeah, thank you to your giftor. Yeah, looking good in that light. Nice, dragging that right side in nicely. I like that. Sunil has gifted £10 super chat. Fantastic show as always. Keep up the great work. Thank you, mate. Martin Fishlock has gifted another 10 channel memberships. Wow, thanks, mate. Stuff like that as well. Just in case that descends. That's private. Where's that going? Northolt. Look at them all. I do like that livery, man. That's special. Airbrushed as well. see you, Ellis. He's off to his mum's. I know how you feel, mate. Chilly, look. He's had his Sunday lunch. And his mate, look. He's keeping God knows. Is he dreaming? Dreaming, look. Let's dreaming. Let's dreaming, actually. Let's dreaming. Yeah. Little ears are moving and everything. Yeah. Here goes it. No, I haven't got space for it, man. Stop it, pup. Stop it. Oh, there's a bit of a race going on there. Who's your money on? Go on, son. Oh no, he's definitely a little final burst. Look, put the brakes on, son. You're in it. And a Fishlock, £5 super chat. Happy birthday! Thanks for the show. So have a coffee on me. Can't wait. Yeah, I'm going to be out tomorrow, folks. You know, birthday's a birthday for me. I'm not one of those ones who celebrates birthdays or anything, so I know it's a bit bar humbug and all that. So I'm going out. Looks like I'm going to get myself all nice and wet tomorrow because we've got some half decent 40-mile-an-hour crosswind conditions tomorrow. So I'll get myself out there, probably up at the Renaissance, I'd imagine. Because they'll be on, well, should be on 2-7 right operations in the morning, but of course it all depends on operations. They may, if they are direct, they're southwestern, isn't they? Which is what creates that shed effect that we're all so familiar with. Anti-lock hooves, Robert Hilton, like it. And I don't read instructions either, do I? So I have to, yeah. Yeah. Actually, that could be quite a good one to do with everybody watching, though, Jilly, couldn't it? No. I know you can't do something like that without doing the instructions, man. You can't. Mind you, Paul told me yesterday he's got a few of these RB211s. The engines that you can make as a display item, moving parts and all that. I have to go and have a look at that because that's apparently at the Heathrow shop. Sorry about that. Have to check one of those out and. See all the jellification. Lego models, yeah. The Lego models, Jerry. There's a... Now they've got segments, haven't they? That you do it phase by phase, isn't it? Yeah. I do like the sound of it. It's a challenge, mate. But we just haven't got space to store it all. That's the trouble. But then again, we have, because you put the segments together, and then it's like an assembly line, isn't it? And then you assemble the parts. No, you've got to do it on a desk or a table, man. Yeah. Etch-a-sketch, amazing shots. Thank you, Etch-a-sketch. Glad you're enjoying it, mate. Look at that engine. Listen to the vortex. That thing's dragging behind it. Can you hear it? Yeah, no, I know. I mean, I built that CFM56, didn't I? Look, they're lining up for 27 left departures, mate. John managed to knock a lump off of his Millennium. Sorry folks, just trying to find that jet that's literally on the turn there. It's a route change. Well, he's just gone possibly past one waypoint and just turning at the next. You know what I mean? Yeah, a lot of people ask about the camera, don't they? People expect it to be something. Oh, look! That and that could be on target, man. This could be on target with the moon. Look at that! Come on, son. No, it's going to be south. It's going to be south, isn't it? It's going to be south of it. Oh. Come on, you're looking good, you're looking good. Come on, you can do it if you really want. No, it's gonna be on the. Yeah, it's going to miss it by a mile, mate. Yeah, it's going to be too far south. He's turning again, isn't he? That's why. I think he's turning away. Oh, no. It's Jim Bob Taylor. There's an Atlas headed your way. This is the last arrival. go. We squeezed them all out, folks. We squeezed them all out. It's A400N about to go. Oh, there it is. All that bloody show, you did it without that happening. And now you go and do that. Oh. Really? Really? If it hadn't have been for me hitting that bleeding phone, man, I would have got that. Just pointing at blue sky, literally. Oh, look at that. Is that no, I thought that was the retro new livery for Saudi Arabia. Southeast. Yeah. Right, folks, well, there we go. Another Sunday show ticked off. I hope you're all well. Look after yourselves, be good to each other, be good to the animals, please, and stay happy and stay positive, and we will see you tomorrow. Don't have to wait too long. I think I'm definitely coming out tomorrow, folks. So thank you, everybody. And we'll see you. Yeah, we don't know what time just yet, folks, but we'll see you tomorrow at some point. Take care now. See you later. Toodaloo. Oh, that's good. More dreams of the USS sewage fault. At least they understood what I was talking about. Oh man, stand by, GP. She's just on the turn. SS sewage. There must be a waypoint. There must be a waypoint right here, I'd imagine. Okay, bye folks. Take care.